teams have battled through the opening round of the college football playoff, and now the pressure and the intensity continue to mount as we go to the quarterfinals, moving away from home sites and onto neutral fields. What's the bigger factor, the battle-tested team or the better-rested team? Welcome to Pasadena, California, and the iconic Rose Bowl, presented by Prudential, part of the college football playoff. As we'll see the number 10 seed in this playoff, the Texas A&M Aggies, taking on the number 2 seed in the playoff, the Arkansas Razorbacks. Hulu Sports College Football, I'm Chris Fowler with Kirk Herbstreit. It's quarterfinal time in the CFP, and let's get it going. Team is out there. Great energy as this playoff game is about to get underway. So no return on this one. Ball just bounces into the end zone for a touchback. First play of the drive, they look to the right. Breaks loose at the 45. And a huge gain before he's forced out of bounds. Big yardage to set up a fresh set of downs. First down and 10 now. The shotgun handoff here. He breaks free, still going. They bring him down at the 18. The offense set up in the red zone with a first down.
You know, offensive linemen are just a certain breed. They're always going to do their job, no matter who's back there carrying the ball. I'll tell you what, they have a little bit more confidence when the person that's carrying the ball can break off some big-time runs. It makes them block just a little bit harder, knowing what he's potentially capable of doing.
So down here in the red zone, every yard tough to find. Here is a crucial play coming up. Looks right for a quick completion. And he's shoved out of bounds with the defense short of the first down marker.
How about this defense? That is called team pursuit. Swarming to this wide receiver on the screen and not allowing him to get his momentum upfield.
So here we go, third down in the red zone, the kind of play that decides football games. Looking to throw, it's Kromenhoek. This one's going to fall incomplete, brings up fourth down.
Hey, the good news is here, Chris, they're still in field goal range, and they didn't cost themselves any points, but they could have more. Gotta be thinking about going for this on fourth and short.
And the tight end goes in motion before the snap. Fourth down, he's throwing for it. Makes the catch, and that is enough for a first down. Touchdown, Arkansas, as they claim the lead in this playoff game. We come out in the playoff game for no signs of rust for the offense immediately.
Yeah, no jitters at all. After the layoff, I wondered how they might be able to come out and communicate and actually just the rhythm to the offense. But they did not hesitate. They set the tone early. Now they got themselves a lead.
And the kickoff goes out the back of the end zone, so a touchback. Pulls the ball, it's a keeper. Goes backwards, losing 3 yards there.
It's a nice job by this defense. They saw option, actually forced the quarterback to pull the ball on the read, and then they corral him for a loss. You can tell they worked hard on that in practice.
Look at a pass here on second down. Moves out of the pocket. He lets it go on the move. It's picked off. He tried to fire the ball into the tight window.
Nice job by this defense jumping on that football to come up with the interception. And not exactly how this quarterback envisioned this game starting. His very first throw of the game, he puts into traffic, and he costs his team in a big way.
Handoff from the shotgun. Fighting off the defender.
It's a really good, solid run. I know it's not the flashiest big play, but it's important for your offense to be able to get yards like that on early downs. You stay ahead of the chains, and it opens up the playbook for the second and third down coming up.
Going to try to run inside, but nowhere to go.
That is called gap integrity. Nice job by this defense of taking away that inside run and then using their speed as the back tried to bounce that to the outside. There's just no room to run.
Pass is tipped and falls incomplete. Someone got a hand up to deflect that one.
A third down and short, they decide to throw the football, roll the dice a bit, doesn't work out. Now you're at fourth and short. You got to wonder, with this offensive line and this running back, do you run the football to convert, or do they try to go through the air again?
It's 4th down and 4 as you try to keep the drive going. Dropping back, it's Kromenhoek. He's got it, enough for a first down. He's in for the score. Touchdown, Razorbacks.
Chris, not shocked at all that they threw this football to this receiver, especially on 4th down. They needed a play. He delivers, but instead of doing it downfield, he shows them what he can do after the catch to get it into the end zone.
And they're able to tack on the extra point. And that kick will just bounce into the end zone for a touchback. They'll start at the 25. Here comes the Texas A&M offense back on the field. We'll see if this quarterback can shake off the interception he threw in the last possession. They start the drive with a quick throw to the left side. And the defense smothers him for no gain. The Aggies will crank up the tempo. Here's a throw underneath to the tight end. And he'll make his way out of bounds after gaining decent yardage.
Just a good job of spreading the wealth, making sure everybody's getting their touches. When you do that, the defense can't lock in on one guy or two guys. Make them have to be aware of everybody. It allows you to continue to spread the ball around and spread the field, making it tougher for this defense.
Tackle's made, but not before he makes the 43-yard line. This drive is going now.
It's a good job here by this offensive line and the running back. Listen, these guys have really had a lot to do with why they're in this playoff game, right? So give it to the offensive line in the back. Get the first down on this 3rd and short. See what you can do from here.
Steel Farms is ready to a decent game before they get him down. The completion sets up a 2nd down play. It's the tight end flexed out into the slot, looking for a matchup there, Kirk.
Well, it is a matchup because he has the size where he's very difficult to be able to match up for his safety, and he's got the speed to be able to outrun a linebacker. That's why they like to flex him out like that and be able to pick up nice big gains like this.
This Texas A&M offense is moving quickly down the field. Looking to throw it from the red zone. Defense is coming after him. He'll avoid the tackle there with a slide.
Well, they did a good job of getting pressure on the quarterback, but, man, make the play. Bring him down. Instead, they give up positive yards here on the scramble.
Here comes a crucial 2nd down play. Every yard tough to find down here in the red zone. Touchdown, Aggies, as they get on the board here in this playoff game.
Well, that's a thing of beauty right there. Good job all around. Offensive line gave the quarterback enough time. Quarterback puts it right on the money. And with this receiver running a route like this, makes it pretty simple. All you have to do is get his head turned around, catch that football. He's already in the end zone for the touchdown.
And that kick will just bound into the end zone for a touchback. In the first play of the drive now from the 25. Dropping back, it's Kromenhoek. Makes a quick grab. breaks a tackle on the play and makes a decent gain. Getting set. Here's second down. From the shotgun, handoff inside. The junior able to bring him down quickly.
Chris, I know it's not a huge game. You didn't pick up the first down, but it's still early in this game. Never abort this running game. You keep working. It's kind of like a body blow in a boxing match. Keep wearing the defense down, and eventually you can hit a big one.
Third down play, looking for a fresh set of downs. They'll try to run for the first down. The Razorbacks pick up enough yardage to get a fresh set of downs.
RPO gives the quarterback so many options, and it puts a lot on the defense. If you overcommit one way, quarterback's going to make you pay for it. Here, the defense sat back, made it easy. Hand the ball off, let that running back get some good yards.
They'll bring him down after just a short pickup.
Defense does a really nice job here of being able to contain the run game, held him just to 2 yards. Chris, to me, this changes the playbook a little bit now for the offense. The guy calling the plays at second rate, that's a different deal. Now he's got to probably thinking about going through the air instead of staying on the ground.
Fresh set it down to the offense, first down. So Arkansas has the lead here, and the first quarter is in the books. What is a huge opportunity for both these programs to get a step closer to a national championship. They've flipped ends of the field. We're ready now for the second period. Back at it to start the quarter. Offense getting set to run a first down play. They'll run it here. Not much on that play. Brought down short.
You know, in the era that we live in right now, everybody wants to spread the field around, try to create space, try to create one-on-one matchups, and the defense is countered over the years by trying to play out wide. But here's a great example. The defense has the ability to play wide, but still be solid at the line of scrimmage, not give up big run plays.
Here's the second down play. Tailback with another carry. As the first down is still going. They bring him down, but that's a solid gain on the play.
Just a good job up front by this offensive line, getting a hat on a hat and be able to give this running back from Arkansas enough room to get upfield and pick up that first down. Nice play.
The shotgun running play call. End zone ahead. And he could not be stopped. Touchdown, Arkansas.
This is such a well-designed play here, Chris. The offensive line opens things up initially, but you can see the speed of the back and the effort by the receivers not to be selfish. These guys are blocking downfield. That's why he got that ball to the end zone.
And it comes out of the 25. No return attempted there. And here comes the Texas A&M offense back on the field. They punch it into the end zone the last time. Let's see if this defense has made some adjustments to stop him this time. Oh, they trap him for a sack.
A really good job by this defense. The quarterback looked to be trying to work through his progressions to find his open receiver, but before he knew it, he's on his back.
The offensive line will have to regroup after the sack. It's 2nd and 13. Scanning the field, it's Hawkins. Pass rush closing in. They bring him down. It's a very solid game, but still well short of the first down.
Hey, if you're not going to account for a quarterback, he's going to be smart enough to...
So it's 3rd and long from the 29. Defense figures to bring pressure here. Dropping back. They're going to throw for the first down. Pop over the middle. It's Williams. They keep the drive going. It's a first down at the 46.
Now we're starting to see this offense look like they've looked all year long. Listen, to be able to get to a playoff opportunity, your offense has got to be able to show an ability to hit throws like this on 3rd down. They hit it. They keep the drive alive.
He cannot escape. It's a sack. The Aggies will hustle to the line here to run the hurry up.
That's another sack for this defense, Chris. If I'm not mistaken, they've had a lot of pressures. I think that's their second sack of this game, and this defense has a lot to do with why they have this nice lead here early in the game.
That's caught. It's Washington. They bring him down, but a big chunk of yardage on the play.
Boy, great throw here by the quarterback and a big gain here for Texas A&M's offense. A great route by the wide receiver and the ability to go up and make a play. Boy, they've had some great ones over the years.
Sideline catch made, but they stop him for no gain. Offense getting set up. Here's second down. And the quarterback looking to make a play through the air. Down he goes. It's a sack.
I can't believe the amount of pressure this defense is getting on this quarterback. Sack after sack. Well, you got to think about changing things up. The snap count, the scheme, anything at all to help this offensive line. They're overmatched so far in this game.
To the air. It's Hawkins. Quick throw. Catch made on the outback. They make the tackle at the 19, but this offense now has a first down in the red zone.
Boy, another positive game for this offense, and this quarterback continues to show how dangerous he is when he has time to throw. The defensive coordinator's got to change up his looks, maybe bring in the blitz, anything they can do to get this quarterback out of this rhythm.
He's brought out at the 6. The offense will have first and goal right there. And now the defense decides to spend a timeout to regroup a bit. The Aggies looking to finish the drive here. It's first and goal. Looking to the end zone. And it's caught. Touchdown, Texas A&M. That kind of execution on a long drive, that's why this team made it to the college football playoff.
That's exactly right. Being able to mix in the run with the pass, picking up first downs, and eventually coming up with the touchdown. That is a tough thing to do, and they made it look easy.
Kickoff, a little too high to handle, goes through the end zone for a touchback. So the first play of the drive coming up here, under 3 minutes to play before half. Here comes a first down pass attempt. Just trying to get rid of it. That's just thrown away. I don't think he's going to get away with that. Yeah, here comes the flag. Second down after that previous play. Here's the snap. Offense looking to throw the ball. And the senior quarterback off target there, a little behind him.
I think he predetermined where to go with his football. Really did give himself a chance to work through his progressions, locked into his primary, tried to force it in there, and it doesn't work out.
So a tricky situation here. Third and very long inside your own 20. How much of a risk do you take? You know, this defense could be very aggressive at this moment. He's going to take off here. Finds room to the 30. And they finally make the stop, but that's a huge gain in the scramble. He found some space and just went for it.
And it is fun to watch this guy get out in the open field. I didn't realize he could run like this. That's a big gain for this offense.
Big chunk play. This offense operating at peak efficiency. It's the 2-minute timeout. Nice to have a close game here as we approach the half. Big guys up front lined up. It's first down. They'll try the ground game here with the running back. He's swallowed up at the line. Could not get past that big defensive tackle. The timeout is called. Important stage late here in the second quarter. Second down play coming up. Looks like the QB is changing the play at the line. Grab down the middle. It's Tease. And now a timeout quickly called by the defense as they try to get everybody on the same page here.
They're able to get a short gain to make this third down a little bit more manageable. But it is third and long. So this offensive line's got to be ready to do a good job of communicating and pick up any potential blip.
And he's intercepted. He's standing in front of that bullet. Brought down after a short return, but the pick sets up his offense. Now the offense is set up for this short field. Looking to throw. It's Hawkins. Makes a quick catch. He can go. They finally make the tackle, but he gets all the way to the 14. Texas A&M is now operating in the red zone. Shotgun formation. Here's an inside give. Heading for the end zone. No stopping him on that run. Touchdown, Aggies. So this college football playoff game is all tied up, and it's beginning to feel a little bit like a shootout.
Yeah, it is. It's a battle of the offenses. Both these teams right now executing flawlessly, and they're doing so with such high stakes, answering one score with another. Neither team is backing up 1 inch.
The kickoff will bounce right through the end zone for a touchback. So the first play of the drive here coming up, less than 2 minutes left on the clock. They're going to run it. They pick up 4, so second down and 6 coming up. And the Razorbacks will come to the line to run the hurry up. Quarterback looking to throw it on second down. He escapes the pocket. Using his legs on the scramble. And he heads out of bounds after a nice pickup on the run.
That's what I love about this guy. Just getting good positive yards here and continue to just keep this drive alive.
And the third and short, they'll try to throw for it. The short completion of the tight end. And he'll run out of bounds after picking up a few yards on the play.
A lot of times we talk about those tough, grinding yards. It's a running back. It's fighting for those extra yards. Here, it's the tight end that needs to grind it out for first down yardage. Well done.
First down. They're going to throw the football. That's caught. It's Brown. Breaks loose at the 40. He runs out of bounds. That's a big gainer there.
Well, the receiver does all the work here. Man, that is easy living for this quarterback. Really good footwork by the receiver. Gets the separation. And at that point, it's just pitch and catch for the quarterback.
The Razorbacks lining up here on 1st and 10. And from the shotgun, an inside handoff. And that's a solid gain before the defense able to bring him down. But break up the tempo here with the clock ticking down. Second down. He'll ride the back again here. He'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. And the offense will now quickly spend a timeout.
Because I just love to see this offensive line in this running game able to establish themselves. This back is already over 50 yards. We're in the first half, so really good job of establishing the run game. Opens up the play action, opens up one-on-one opportunities. Just keep winning the battle up front.
Offense now in the all-important red zone. Ball handed off. Tackle, but first down. And the Razorbacks looking to punch it in here. It's first and goal. To throw, it's Kromenhoek. And he just throws the ball away there and lives to play another down. That's a smart choice on first down.
I think that's a smart play. Goal to go is tricky when you're trying to throw it in there. And if it's not there, throw it away and live for the next down.
Quarterback looking to pass here on second down. Looks to the left. Pass caught. Touchdown, Razorbacks. They finish off the scoring drive.
Well, gutsy call here to go for this instead of taking the field goal, but it works out. Great touchdown. They now lead by 6. An extra point away, and they go up by 7 here at the half.
So with the PAT, they take a 7-point lead, 28-21. The Meadows get a rough first half here. Let's kick it down to Kevin Connors with our halftime update. The Razorbacks will kick it deep to begin the second half. And here's the return from inside the 5. And the return man steps out at the 28. control of the game here in the third quarter. It's the wide receiver coming in motion now. Looking out throwing here to start the drive. Bringing pressure. Scrambling around now, looking downfield. Bring it down, but he makes the 4-yard line. It's a solid game.
Well, here the defense decided to sit back and play zone, and that front didn't do a good job of pressuring the quarterback. He had the time to make the throw, and he put it on target.
And they'll run it out of the shotgun. Now they test the middle of the defense, but get nothing. And the Aggies looking to crank up the tempo a bit.
Well, they keep trying to run the football, and they keep getting dominated at the line of scrimmage. That has been a theme throughout this entire game. We've talked about it earlier in the game. It's not changing at all. They've become one-dimensional, and I think it's allowed this defense to really lock in on that quarterback.
That catch makes it a more manageable third down. Back to pass. It's Hawkins. Quarterback takes off now, looking to scramble. And the senior calls his own number. Keeps this drive moving.
This could be a turning point in this football game. Defense does a good job. It's third down. They got to get after this quarterback, and instead, he pulls it down and picks up big yards for a first down. Kind of feel the momentum flipping here.
On the move now. On the run here. Let's it go. Sideline route. He's out of bounds before the first down marker.
We're in the age of the mobile quarterback, and you saw it right there. The ability to scramble out of the pocket, extend the play, and make passes like that is invaluable to the offense.
Near the sticks, it's Williams. And he picks up the first down before they get him to the ground. Offense set for the 6th play in this drive. And the motion by the back now forces the defense to adjust. Trying to create here on the move. Caught over the middle. It's Armstrong. They bring him down short of the end zone, but this will set up a first and goal. On the ground, trying to punch it in for the score. Going absolutely nowhere. It'll be a loss of the play.
It is tough to run the football inside this 5-yard line. Give all the credit to that defensive line, eating up those linemen, allowing the rest of the defense to fly to the football for that short loss.
Design quarterback run. Ball carrier tackled there. An important third down and goal now. And the quarterback tucks it and takes off as a design run. Refusing to be brought down. Touchdown, Texas A&M. So with playoff pressure for the offense executes a long, grinding, methodical drive.
You know, the thing about this offense all year long is their ability to either hit the big play or not have to rely on that. Get this, they're able to sustain the drive and still come up with points and get a touchdown.
So no return on this one. Ball just bounces into the end zone for a touchback. And the Arkansas offense is back out on the field now. Quarterback checks the defensive look, makes some adjustments. Looking downfield, it's Permanhoek. Brown down the middle, it's Brown. And that will pick up a first down. They'll spot it at 38. Offense comes up on first down in 13 personnel. This can create some problems for a defense. Looking to throw it on first down. Quarterback finds a target on the right. It's complete. They make the stop, but not before he moves the football across midfield. First down to the 38. Great start with the drive. Back-to-back explosive plays, and now another first down. From the shotgun now, here's a handoff inside. And the senior able to make the stop after a short gain.
See, that's how you limit what an offense wants to do. This time, the defense just won the battle up front at the line of scrimmage, not giving up any big plays. Everybody's gap sound. It's really solid defense on that play.
Quick throw caught on the left side. And they'll get the first time yards before they finally bring him down. And the Razorbacks come to the line to set a fresh set of downs. They're going to run it. That gets the carry. And And they'll stop him after a short gain. What's the play call here on second down for this offense? There's the snap. Looking to throw the ball. Didn't see anybody open, just throws it away. That's not going to bring up third down. We come to the line, a long way to go for the first down, but needing this crucial conversion right now. Drops back, needing a third down completion here. But it's incomplete, and that will now bring up fourth down.
Hey, it's an incompletion, but it's a nice job by the quarterback. I know it didn't pan out, but the most important thing is he didn't turn the football over and he didn't take a sack. It'll give your kicker a chance to put some points on the board if they opt for the field goal here on fourth down.
He missed it. Off target that time. Try is no good, and we're still tied.
That's a missed opportunity for some points here. The way they were moving the football, I thought maybe a touchdown, at the very least 3 points, but instead, he shanks it.
He pulls it in. It's Williams. They bring him down after a short gain there.
Quarterback looks downfield and make this throw. He wants to be able to get the ball to be able to pick up enough yards for a first down, but instead, he gets the ball at least underneath to the drag route and gets some positive yards.
Completion makes it second down. Looking to pass. It's Hawkins. Moves out of the pocket. He just throws that one away. Took a big shot, but avoids the sack.
Well, sometimes an answer for an offensive coordinator against a good pass rush is to move the launching point, move the quarterback from one spot to another to affect the rhythm of the pass rush. That's not having any kind of impact at all on this defense. They're getting after this quarterback no matter where he is. They do a good job of it right here.
It's incomplete. The defense rises up and gets the stop against this very efficient third down offense. The Aggies will have to kick this away. And finally, we have a punt, the first of the game for either team. Return man flashing his elusive speed. They finally get him, but it's a big game. And the Razorbacks offense is back out on the field. No doubt the last drive was deflating. They had to settle for a field goal attempt, but missed it. And they tackle him, but a nice pickup on that running play. The Razorbacks come up to the line in a hurry.
Well, much like what we saw in the first half, Chris, in this playoff game, no adjustments. Go right back to giving this running back to football. He's had a monster day and continues to get positive yards.
Offense coming to the line. They might have a chance for a couple more plays before we reach the end of the quarter. It's a run. Running back's got it. And he's brought down short of the line to gain in what should be the last play of this third quarter. We reach the end of 3 in this playoff passing on our hands as we stop to check the game summary so far. Here we go. First play of the quarter. Offense setting up for a second down play. Grab behind the line. It's Tease. There's the tackle, but first down yardage.
Boy, this receiver in the slot is giving this defense all kinds of problems. He has another catch on the day. You may want to adjust out, get out of your base, maybe try 5 or 6 defensive backs on the field, somebody that can match up more athletically against this slot receiver.
Thrown quickly, caught in the right flat. Defense reacts quickly, a very short gain on the play.
Anytime a quarterback and a receiver are in sync, you got a chance to make a very successful play. Great job here by the offense.
Out of the shotgun, he hands it off. And they stop him at the 4 after an excellent run.
Chris, what I love here is just the vision by the running back. Showing great patience, the hole opens up, and then he's able to use his speed to pick up some good yards.
Touchdown, Arkansas. And they take the lead here in the fourth quarter.
I think we're starting to kind of see a theme here, Chris, today. That's his second touchdown. The offensive line doing their job, and he's doing an outstanding job of finding the hole and being able to pick up big yards and touchdowns.
And that one will bounce out of the back of the end zone. The offense will start at the 25. Aggies offense back on the field. They're coming off a quick 3 and out, so looking to put something together on this drive with a little more urgency. Pass rush hits home.
And just like that, you squeeze the life out of this offense. That's another sack by this defense. They have been in that backfield the entire game, and a big reason why these guys are enjoying the lead.
He's wide open. Look out. He hits out of bounds after a really nice game there.
The defense is spread all over the field, creating some one-on-one matchups, and the quarterback makes them pay for it.
The offense really clicking against this battle defense. Back to throw. It's Hawkins. And he's going to take a shot down the left side. Tried to press the ball deep, but it's incomplete.
Well, they don't connect here, but this is what you have to do. It's late in the game. You need points. You're behind. You got to take some shots. I'd go right back to it, try to find a matchup, and go to one of your receivers that can make a play for you.
Running out of time in the pocket. Caught over the middle. It's Williams. They finally stop him. It's a huge gain down to 23.
Chris, that's just perfect execution here by the offense. Quarterback does a nice job getting back, putting the ball out where the receiver can make a play on it. Nothing you can do as a defender.
Catch made on the right side. Defense shoves him out of bounds. Not much of a gain there. And the Aggies will hustle to the line to crank the tempo. Someone moved this a bit too early, and it cost him 5 yards. Pretty easy call for the head coach. He will accept that penalty, of course. Now it's second down here. Back to throw again. Caught quickly. And the defense grabs him after the completion. Is just short of a first down.
One thing I love about this battle is how he gets involved in the passing game. Nice catch here.
Here we go, late in a tight game. This might be the biggest play so far. 3rd and 2. That's a design quarterback keeper. He's going to lose ground on the run. Now it's going to bring up 4th and short. The Aggies will come to the line looking to keep the drive going on 4th down. Look at him scramble. Launching one to the end zone. Intercepted in the end zone. They finally bring him down, but what a return after the takeaway.
Oh, it's not over yet, but this 4th down interception is going to cost them critical minutes here at the least here in the 4th quarter.
And the Arkansas offense back out on the field. Leaning on the run game. They try the middle, but gain nothing on that play.
Man, just complimentary football, really, in a nutshell. They get this football back thanks to their own defense, creating that turnover, working with the lead like this. Really, it's all but over. Now the offense is just thinking about running the football and working that clock.
He breaks through. Solid run. They'll bring it down at the 28-yard line.
Well, this is a huge 3rd down coming up here, and here's where that chess match comes to head. And for the defense, desperately need to make a play if they believe they have any chance of coming back to win this game.
The pass is off target. He got hit as he threw as the 3rd down pressure works. And the Razorbacks will bring their punt team on the field now. And on 4th down, the punter sends it away. We'll see what he can do with the return. And the returner will be brought down. We've reached the 2-minute timeout as this offense tries to stage a dramatic comeback and win the game late. The first play of this drive now is set up at the 34. To the air, it's Hawkins. Taking a deep shot here late in the game. He dropped it. Can you believe it? A huge game slips through his hands.
This is smart defense. When you're trying to protect the lead late in the game, you know they're going to take some shots, get those safeties and those defensive backs back far, anticipating a deep throw, and knock the ball away.
Oh, downfield catch made on the left side. The playoff game comes down to this. Tight game. Final minutes, and the offense produced some magic. Receiver in motion now. And the offense will wisely spend a timeout after the play. Clock management's going to be very important here in the final minutes. It comes down to this in this playoff game. Fourth quarter, final 2 minutes. Can the offense step up, make a play? Wide open downfield. They make the stop at the 34, but suddenly this offense is in scoring position now. First down. The playoff game comes down to this. Tight game. Final minutes. Can the offense produce some magic? They finally make the tackle, but he gets all the way to the 14.
How many times have we seen this late in the fourth quarter? Because you know the pass rush is going to get after him. They get upfield. They have a great pass rush. What do they create? Space and running lanes. And he takes off and picks up some nice yards.
And the ball is handed off out of the shotgun. That's a nice tackle there by the senior. Timeout called by the defense. They go to the sideline and try to adjust. It's their first timeout. Comes down to this in this playoff game. Fourth quarter, final 2 minutes. Can the offense step up, make a play? From the shotgun, it's a handoff. Powering through a tackle. Touchdown, Aggies. Still no answer for this offense.
Well, Chris, this is exactly what they needed to do. Put a touchdown up on the board. They pull within one in a playoff game. And now it's decision time. Do you tie the game up or potentially take the lead?
The kickoff goes out the back of the end zone, so a touchback. In the first play of the drive now from the 25. Looking downfield, it's Permanhoek. Looking right, this one caught. Heads out of bounds after a solid gain.
Man, isn't it fun to watch running backs who can add that dimension to the passing game? They're so dangerous because once they catch the football, they're operating.
He'll be taken down. The defense rises up to the sack in a crucial moment. They'll crank up the tempo here on second down. The time is running out. Drops back from the shotgun, looking for an open man. Dumps it down in the back. Caught. He's brought down quickly. A short gain gets them a few yards closer to the marker. And the defense calls time here with 23 seconds left. Offense been in reverse here. Now a long way to go to convert this third down. From the shotgun, here's an inside give. Picks up about 5 yards, but it's not enough. It becomes a fourth down now. And a timeout taken by the defense here with 19 seconds left. So tie game, fourth quarter. They're going to go for it on this fourth down. Looking to throw for the first down. This one falls incomplete on fourth down. It's a turnover on downs.
Chris, it's one of those calls that's tricky. It sounds easy to say, why would you go for it? But at the same time, who knows if you're going to get your hands on the ball again. So you're being aggressive, it doesn't work out, and now you got to rely on your defense.
Contact as he threw it. Oh, it's intercepted. Terrible mistake late in the game. Tackle made after a short return, but the pick ends that win.
Oh, Chris, you're in the fourth quarter. It's a tie game, and you throw an interception. Oh, my goodness. I know it's obvious, but you just got to take care of the football. It's that simple. Another opportunity to take the lead is lost, and everything is flipped in the other direction.
From the pocket, delivers over the middle. Now a timeout is taken with just 5 seconds remaining. Pass complete. It's second down now. Receivers now getting some new assignments before the snap. Dropping back. It's Kromenhoek. Fires it to the wideout. Makes the grab. It's Tease. And a timeout is taken with just 1 second remaining in the game. So out comes the field goal team from a long way out. They're putting a whole lot of faith in this kicker. So here we go. Can he get it there from ultra long range to take the lead in the final seconds? Oh, and he missed it. The kick is no good. He missed it. And the game remains tied. Here comes our first play of overtime. They'll run it. Hand it off to the running back. He's got the first and still going. They bring him down at the 7. The offense set up now with a first and goal.
Boy, this back is having some kind of game today. He just continues to pile up the yardage. That puts him over 150 yards now, and this defense has no real answers in trying to keep him contained.
It's a touchdown as they jump on top here in overtime. That's another touchdown for this running back. They can't stop him. Dream performance in this playoff game.
Yeah, this is going to be a performance we're going to be talking about for a long time. I just love watching because he's doing it in so many different ways. We've seen speed. We've seen his physicality. He's breaking tackles. Boy, just an absolute dream scenario, as you said.
Here in overtime. They must score a touchdown to stay alive. Scanning the field. It's Hawkins. Pressure is coming. It's a fly to the wideout. Grab down the middle. It's Williams. Tackle made, but a strong arm throw by the senior quarterback. Here comes a handoff. The gain is 3. Now it's second down and 7. And the Aggies will come to the line to crank up the tempo. And it's a touchdown. An extra point away from 002, or you go for 2 and win it right now.
Well, this is one of the benefits of going second when you get into overtime. Now you know what you're facing. You put a touchdown on the board, you can either send it to another overtime if you kick an extra point, or potentially, hey, let's win the game and go for 2 right here.
And it looks like the quarterback's going to run it. And he's in there. They gamble and get it to win the game. What a call. The first in the playoffs is survive and advance. This is a crucial W. Great performance, but now the stage gets even bigger. The challenges will continue going forward.
Yeah.
It's the semifinal stage of this college football playoff. It's time to find out who has the depth and the drive to take one huge step closer to the ultimate goal, hoisting that national championship trophy. This test is a matchup we cannot wait to see unfold. Welcome, everyone, to Glendale, Arizona. This is the Verbo Fiesta Bowl, part of the college football playoff. As we'll see a playoff team from last year, the Alabama Crimson Tide, taking on the number 10 seed in the playoff, the Texas A&M Aggies. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Chris Fowler with Kirk Herbstreit. We are almost there. Time to find out who'll be headed to the national championship game. The kickoff team is out there, and here we go with this playoff semifinal game. Here's the return from inside the 25. He'll be tackled at the 27. That's where the drive will start. It's Hawkins. Caught by the receiver. Well down, but broken tackle. Produces a solid gain there. The Aggies hustle to the line to run the hurry up. They keep him guessing with a run. Run it up the middle, but stop for no gain.
Man, every defensive coordinator will tell you, I just want my guys to play fast. And how about that one right there? He almost ends up tackling the quarterback as he's handing the ball off. This offense is lucky they didn't end up fumbling.
Important moment early in this playoff game. Opening drive, they face third down. Caught over the middle. It's Armstrong. Stop at the 43, but that's enough to make a first down.
Oh, the defense. They get this offense to a third down early in the game, a chance to get him off the field. But instead, this quarterback shows you why they've had such a great year with a conversion.
Grab down the middle. It's Williams. They bring him down, but a solid gain there on first down. Looks to be just inches short of the marker.
Well, they don't pick up the first down here, but if you can use the quick passing game to stay ahead of the chains, it definitely helps your offense. If that defense starts to creep up or take that away, that's when you can take a shot downfield.
Escapes the pocket. Looks like Texas A&M will have the first down.
That's a really nice read here by this quarterback, Chris. He kept it himself, picked up some positive yardage.
This line getting set up. It's a first down play. There's the snap, and he's looking to throw. He dumps it off to the tight end. They make the tackle, but that's an excellent gain. Moves the ball to the 33. And the defense knows, Kirk, might take more than one tackler to bring this tight end down.
Well, anytime as a defense, you always want to rally to the football. But against this guy, you especially want to do that because you saw he breaks through that first arm tackle. I thought he might be able to pick up even more yards, but good job of getting extra hats to the ball.
Less than a yard to go as they come to the line on second down. Out of the shotgun, he'll hand it off. Slams right into a wall. They've got him for a loss.
Well, I don't think the offensive line gave the back much of a chance at all. Now, give credit to the defense. It was almost like they were anticipating a run and got up close to the line of scrimmage in a hurry.
Third and short here in this playoff game. The 8th play of the drive. And they pick up the first on the ground. That gain moves the ball to the 17. First down. Texas A&M getting set for the first and 10 now. Here comes a throw from the red zone. He's running out of time here. They tackle him. Looks like it's going to be just short of the marker, inches away.
Now, this is what I really love about this quarterback. Looks downfield. Everybody's covered. Instead of just throwing this ball away, he's got the athletic ability to make this defense pay for it by picking up some good yards.
Handoff here from the shotgun. Stopped right there at the line. No gain. And the Aggies hustle to the line to run the hurry-up. Dropping back, it's Hawkins. He escapes the pocket. Looking for 6. And the pass is knocked away in the end zone. A touchdown saving play.
Boy, what was the quarterback thinking here? You're inside the 10-yard line. You got a chance to put points up on the board. You can't just randomly throw the ball into coverage like this.
So their first drive of the game, they're going to go for it on 4th down. Aggressive start. Takes the snap and takes off on the run. The stop made at the 5. The offense will have 1st and goal now.
I really like this aggressive approach here by the offensive coordinator and head coach deciding to go for this. Why not take a chance here on this opening drive? You've gotten across midfield. Worst case is you put your defense back out on the field, but instead you pick up the first down, new set of downs, and they're thinking about a touchdown here on this drive.
1st and goal, handoff. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. So off the loss, it's 2nd and goal from the 7. Here's the snap, looking to throw here. The pocket breaking down. Swarm with a pass rush, a sack.
It just looked like the quarterback was holding on to the ball a bit too long that time, allowed the defense to be able to get the pressure, and they come up with a first sack of the game.
Offense moving backwards here, a long way from the goal line now. They'll look to throw it on 3rd and goal. Looking to the end zone. Touchdown, Texas A&M, as they claim the lead here in this playoff game.
But to cap off an opening drive like this on a 3rd down touchdown pass is such a satisfying way to start a game. The offense has set the tone. Now, bring out the defense. It's their turn.
PAT is good, so it's 7-0. Kickoff team out there. They are fired up after just scoring a touchdown. Kickoff right there. They'll start from the 25. And the quarterback keeps it on the option. Breaks free. Breaking tackles and going. Tackle made after a huge gain all the way to the 40.
You talk about a headache for a defensive coordinator. You got to plan around that kind of speed and discipline and elusiveness from a quarterback like this. Man, it creates nightmares that this defensive coordinator, I'm sure, dealt with.
Pre-snap motion from the receiver. He keeps it on the design run. Writing him off.
These quarterbacks today in the college game are so athletic. They can beat you with their arm, obviously. Just when you think you have them figured out, they tuck the ball and go. I'd expect this defense to put in a spy and keep this quarterback from running.
On the move now. It's a deep shot to the right. Touchdown! A much-needed counterpunch delivered.
Just when we thought this game might be slipping away, these guys come right back down the field with a quick strike and a touchdown, and it's back to being a close game.
Extra point knocked right down the middle. So after putting up the touchdown, the kickoff team is out there to boot it away. And here's the return from just inside the 25. The coverage team brings him down at the 26. Set up at the 26 for the first play of this drive. Back to pass. It's Hawkins. Defense is coming after him. It's caught inside the 30, still on his feet. Tackled all the way down at the 25-yard line. Suddenly, they're in great position to get points.
Well, this is what you would call a 3-down back. Running backs that can run between the tackles, they can get outside, and they can also catch the ball out of the backfield. Here they have the benefit of having one of those kind of backs that can not just catch the ball, but once he gets his hands on the ball, he's got enough wiggle and speed to be able to get after a defense.
The Aggies come to the line to run the hurry-up. Quarterback making some changes at the line. 2nd down, we're going to throw it. The pass rush closing in. He'll step out of bounds. Defense keeps that to a very short gain. Early on, it's a fun battle on the road to the national championship deadline at the end of one. Let's check out the early stats so far. We'll see if the rest of this playoff game can live up to a very competitive opening period. So here we go. First play of the quarter. The offense has a first down. From the shotgun, drops back. He's got it right near the end zone. And he scores. Touchdown, Aggies. Lean down to try and here for the extra point. That's just nice execution. Quarterback and receiver Kirk perfectly in sync that time.
Yeah, you can see why route running is one of the most underrated attributes of a receiver. It's easy to get caught up on their ability to catch or their vertical or their speed, but nothing substitutes for someone who can create separation like this before the ball's even thrown.
And he takes this from inside 5. And he finally steps out, but not before an excellent return to set up the offense. So here comes the Alabama offense back onto the field. They were able to punch it in the end zone last time, looking to do the same thing here to see if the defense can make adjustments. He's brought down, but not before the gain to the 42-yard line.
What a great job to be able to establish some rhythm to an offense. When you can run the football like this, it just opens up the playbook. You can continue to run. You can go to play action. You really keep the defense on their heels when you can run the ball like this. Nice play.
They tackle him at the 48, but it's enough for a new first down.
Well, I know people want to talk about the spread, and Alabama's offense has changed over the years, but at the end of the day, with this coaching staff, it still comes down to the line of scrimmage and the ability to pound the rock. Think about the backs they've had in recent years. Mark Ingram and Josh Jacobs, Derrick Henry, Jahmyr Gibbs most recently. This is an offense that still wants to control things up front and beat you down.
An incompletion makes it 2nd and 10. Takes the toss, testing the right side here. Defense stops him, but that's a solid gain.
Well, I feel like they called that knowing chances are they're not going to hit a home run. But look at this. Put themselves in a perfect third down situation. It's much more manageable. Now we'll see if they can convert.
Looking to pass. It's Russell. It's a quick grab. That's enough to move the sticks and give him a first down at the 41.
Well, that's exactly how you dice up a zone coverage. Nice throw downfield here on third down, and a really good route to give the quarterback a chance to make that play.
He hands it off from the gun. Inside the 30. They finally get him, but a big gain moves the ball to the 10.
What a really good run by this running back. The defense fortunate to be able to bring him down inside the 10-yard line, but it's 1st and goal for the offense.
Alabama getting set for the 1st and 10 now. On the ground, it's Sims. And he stopped at the line of scrimmage. The defense swarming him that time.
That's an excellent effort here by this defense, staying in their run fits. They're holding their own at the line and making the tackle. The offense just couldn't get enough of a push to get anything going there.
Looking to the end zone. And he makes the catch. Touchdown, Alabama.
Boy, what a job by the offensive coordinator going to that 5-wide receiver set, creating the one-on-one matchups, finding the most favorable matchup, and then going to that receiver for the score.
No problem with BAT right down the middle. BAT ties the game here in the 2nd quarter now. Not a long kick. Fielded inside the 25. One down at the 29. That's where we'll start the drive. Here comes the Texas A&M offense back on the field. We have a shootout developing here. Each offense scoring a touchdown on their last possession. And the senior able to make the stop after a short gain. And the Aggies come up to the line to crank the tempo up here. To throw, it's Hawkins. Tries the right with a quick throw. Grab made near the sidelines. Good job keeping the foot in bounds. That'll be enough for a first down.
Chris, that's another positive game for this offense, and this quarterback continues to show why he's had such a great year this year. When he has time to throw, he gets his feet set. He's as accurate as any quarterback in the country.
They make the tackle, but that's a solid gain. Moves the ball to the 34.
When this back has room to run, he really can hurt you with his speed and ability to accelerate upfield to pick up a first down. Think about A&M backs over the years. They have been spoiled. Some great backs, most recently, Devon Achane and Isaiah Spiller. But even going back, people forget Dante Hall when he wore that Texas A&M unit.
Second down after that run on the previous play. Offense will keep it on the ground here. Tackle made after just a short gain.
Chris, the spread era over the years has always grown offensively. But I've been always impressed with defenses that really build their defense to play in space, still have an ability to be sound at the line of scrimmage and defend a running game. It's exactly what we saw right there.
They're backed up here trying to make something happen on 3rd and long. Looks like he's going to run it. Slides to avoid the big hit.
Chris, watch him work through his progressions here. Finds the first and the second option aren't there. By the third option, he's got to pull it down and try to pick up some positive yards, of which he did, and then he slides down to avoid the big hit.
The offense already has one 4th down conversion. Can they do it for a second time? The clock has stopped, and we've reached the 2-minute timeout before halftime. The Aggies will come to the line on 4th down looking to convert. To keeper trying to get to the marker. He did not get it. A crucial play by this defense. What a 4th down stop.
How about that defensive front and the linebackers collapsing down on the football? You would think that the quarterback sneak is a safe call and an easy call to get the yards that you need, but not with that push by that defensive line.
They'll run it from the gun. And it'll be smothered right at the line for no gain.
Well, the defensive line does their job eating up those double teams, freeing up the backers to make the play.
Some strong run defense there makes it 2nd and 10 now from the 25. To throw, it's Russell. Tries the quick throw. Tackle made after a nice pickup on the play. They move the 6. They'll go to the line here on 1st down now. They snap it. Quarterback looking to throw the ball. Trying to get the throw off. Incompletion makes it 2nd down. Wants to throw it. And he drops it. Can you believe it?
We know it's not an easy job to go out and catch passes when people are trying to tackle you and knock the ball away. But the bottom line is that's a pass you've got to have to come up with and make a catch.
Drops back, looking to throw for it on 3rd down. Makes a quick grab. Timeout is called by the defense. That's their first of the half.
Well, I don't mind the quarterback making this throw. He found the open receiver. Really would have loved to see a little bit more effort by this wide receiver to get to that 1st down marker. Instead, we got a 4th down decision.
The returner is brought down. Gets us started on the next drive. Here's the first play of the drive now, set up at the 24. First down, looking to throw the ball. Bringing pressure. Choosing to just throw the ball away that time. Second down play now coming up. The incompletion makes it 2nd and 10 from the 24. Looking to throw. It's Hawkins. And this time it's complete.
Chris, it just feels like the offense is almost teasing the defense with this play. As an offensive coordinator quarterback, you're often looking for that soft spot in the zone. And here, they do a nice job of finding that hole for a nice gain.
And the Aggies will line up to boot it away. On a punt now for the first time today. So they'll start this drive here with less than a minute remaining on the first half clock. On 1st and 10 here, looking to throw the ball. Looking for the wideout. Makes the catch downfield. Breaks an open space. Out of bounds, but not before a huge gain. Offense gets a fresh set of downs.
Boy, a huge play by this offense. A good throw, a nice accurate throw. But I think it's the run after the catch that really impresses me. And early in this game, you got to think they're going to continue to go back to him until this defense shows that they can.
And he fights into the end zone. Touchdown, Crimson Tide.
Well, that's a well-oiled machine right there. Everyone on this offense has been a star in their roles. And when they're rolling like this, it results in quick and positive results.
Now the all-important extra point. PAT makes it a 7-point lead. So the offense gets momentum scoring before halftime. Now the kickoff. We'll see if the defense can get his top and preserve that momentum. Turn begins inside the 25-yard line. And the coverage team brings him down at the 26. They start the drive looking for some late fireworks here, less than 30 seconds before halftime. Dropping back, it's Hawkins. Quick throw to his receiver. Catch is made down the middle. And a timeout is called to talk strategy. Close game here as we approach halftime. So the offense looking to be efficient here. Not much time remaining before the end of the half. They'll change the pre-snap look now. And looking to throw now on 1st down. Lets it go quickly. And it's incomplete. Just 10 seconds remaining now.
A lot of times college football, the game comes down to just a play or two. And that's a missed opportunity by this offense. I wouldn't be surprised to see them try to come back to that same play in the second half.
So after the incompletion, it's 2nd down. Quarterback sets up, looking for an open man. And it's incomplete. Just 5 seconds left on the clock now.
You get a tight end like this, and you know he's used to dishing out the punishment. But here, he's the one that has to absorb the contact. And as a result, he's unable to hold on to the football.
Time running down. Just 1 play left here in the half. And he'll drop back here on 3rd down. Caught over the middle. It's Armstrong. The offense spends their final timeout of the half here to talk strategy. So with only a few seconds left in the half, the field goal unit comes out of the field. Timeout called by the defense, their first of the half as they try to make some adjustments here. So just before halftime here, out comes the field goal unit. Oh, and it's blocked. Somebody got a hand on it. And the defense scoops it up. It's a lot. And he breaks loose down the left side. It's a foot race. The 10. Touchdown time. There was no catching him that time. So they'll try to add to the lead now with the PAT. The extra point is good, and they stretch the lead a little bit more. And that will do it for the first half here. Kevin Connors now has our halftime update. The Aggies will kick it off to begin the second half. And it comes out of the 25. No return attempted there. Here comes the Alabama offense onto the field. They built the lead with an efficient running game. Let's see if they can take to the air now to start the third quarter. And they'll start the third quarter here on the ground. He gains 9, so it's 2nd and 1.
Well, let's give credit to the offensive line here. They went with a run blitz. The offensive line sees it, picks it up, gives them enough room to pick up some solid yards.
He'll hand it off. And he's brought down, but he does have enough for the first down.
And that's a good, nice, crisp run for a first down. Don't forget, good blocking up front by the big fellas. And this running back, he just seems to have a nose for that first down marker. A few more runs like this, and he's going to be getting into a rhythm for sure.
Tackle made after a big gain all the way to the 36.
You know, plays like this are what Alabama offense is all about. They run the football, and then they're efficient within their passing game. Think about it. They won a couple national championships with Greg McElroy and A.J. McCarron by just being efficient and playing smart at the position and being a great complement to that running game in the defense.
Dropping back. It's Russell. Deep shot toward the end zone. And he's got it. Touchdown. Kirk, this quarterback told us this is my time to shine, a playoff game. He has gone out and backed that up so far.
Yeah, he's done everything that's been asked of him and more. Just a great job of getting into a rhythm. Really tough to defend. Right now, the defensive coordinator, you can see him down there. He's throwing his headset. He's frustrated. He's got to come up with some new wrinkles to try to slow this guy down.
And the kick is up and good. They tack on a point to their lead. Scoring that touchdown. Now the kickoff team out there to kick it away. Fielded just inside the 25. The coverage team brings him down at the 26. And here comes the Texas A&M offense back on the field. On 1st and 10, they'll look to throw it. Makes a quick catch. They bring him down, but he makes the 3-yard line. That's a solid game. And the Aggies looking to crank up the tempo a bit. On 1st and 10, looking to throw. Quarterback looks to his right and finds his man. Breaks one tackle, gets brought down, but picks up some decent yardage. 2nd down play coming up for this offense. Looking for a receiver. Catch made down the left side, an explosive play. Tackle made after a big gain. Texas A&M getting set with a 1st and 10 now. Off the play fake, looking to throw. They give the running back a touch in the pass game. Catch made over the middle. They bring down the receiver, but that's a nice gain in that play. The completion makes it 2nd and short. Quarterback changing the play now at the line. It's an out route. The catch made. Clean toward the end zone. Touchdown, Texas A&M. This offense cannot be stopped. That's another strike from this quarterback, Kirk. He is having himself a day.
This guy's just having one of those days you dream about against his secondary. Let's also give credit to the wide receivers doing a nice job of getting open, and the big fellas up front for giving him enough time to throw.
couple yards deep. Goes out of bounds at the 13. Not great field position to start the drive. Here comes the Crimson Tide offense onto the field. They take the field with serious momentum. They have been tough to stop so far, but they keep it going. Solid run. Moves the ball out across the 20 to 21.
Just love watching this back run. Gets behind that offensive line, lowers his pads, and gets a nice solid gain.
Second down after that run on the previous play. Scanning the field, it's Russell. Catch made over the middle. Looks like Alabama will have the first down.
Well, it's a game of matchups. Always has been and it always will be, especially on the perimeter. And the quarterback believes his guy is better than their guy.
There's a 1st and 10 play. DB's looking to jam the receivers at the snap. Here comes a 1st down pass attempt. Moves out of the pocket. He's going to pull it down and run. And he'll head out of bounds after a short gain on that run.
Good awareness here by this defense, keeping their eyes on the quarterback, knowing that he's a potential threat. That time before he can get out, they keep him to a short gain.
Offense getting set. It's 2nd down. And they'll run it out of the shotgun. That's a nice wrap up there by the junior. Now on 3rd down. Caught quickly. Puts into space at the 50. Forced out of bounds after a big gain. This offense set up with a 1st down.
Think about this, Chris. These guys have been working since January of last year to get ready for a dream season. They've had that. Now they're here so close into the postseason and the playoff, working with the lead. It comes down to a 3rd down. They do their job, convert. Now they keep working that clock and getting so much closer to advancing to the next round.
Well, they try the middle, but stuck for no gain.
It was an excellent effort by this defense, just staying in their run fix, holding their own at the line of scrimmage, and then making a tackle. Offense just couldn't get enough of a push to get any yards at all.
Offense getting set. 2nd down play here. Takes the handoff. It's Sims. Not going to be easy here. Backed up a long way to go for a 1st down. To the air. It's Russell. Makes the grab, a chance to score. Touchdown, Alabama. They couldn't stop him there. Just a brilliant game for this quarterback. The spot in the natty on the line. We need you guys to step up, and this guy has delivered so far today, Kurt.
You know, it's just everything coming together. The preparation that he put in leading into this game, the offense doing their job of taking care of him, receivers running good routes. Everything right now is clicking for this offense and this quarterback.
Kickoff team out there, they are fired up after just scoring a touchdown. Not a long kickoff, fielded just inside the 25. Gets it to the 25-yard line. That's where they start the drive. And the first play of the drive now for the 25. First down, looking to throw the football. Extending the play now. He brings him down, but he makes the 4-yard line. That's a solid gain. The Aggies hustle to the line to run the hurry-up.
These are the kind of plays that keep defensive coordinators up at night. You spend so much time putting your plan together to stop the pass, and then
who's in the clear? They make the stop after a huge play. Moves the ball to the 35. Clock running in the final minute here of the third quarter as they come out 1st and 10. Moving the receiver around pre-snap. Looking to throw it on 1st down. Looking for his big tight end. He's got a man down the middle. Texas A&M getting set with a 1st and 10 now. Off the play fake, looking to throw. He bought some time, now lets it go. Grab near the sticks. It's Armstrong. Tackled at the 5-yard line. Now it's 1st and goal right there. Here's the handoff for 1st and goal. And he goes nowhere. Stop cold behind the line of scrimmage. Offense comes up to the line. They might have a chance for a couple more plays before the quarter expires. Launching one to the end zone. Throws it too far over everyone's head and incomplete.
Well, if nobody's open, you can't risk the possession like this. Tossing it into coverage in the end zone, that's a good way to earn a spot on the bench.
On 3rd and goal, he's going to try to throw for it. Incomplete for a 3rd straight play.
Well, it's decision time now, Chris. 4th and short coming up, and you know they're thinking about going for this one. Likely looking at that play sheet and finding the go-to play that'll help them pick up this 1st down and keep this drive alive. They're thinking 6 points.
This should be the last play of the quarter coming up. Looking to throw. It's Hawkins. Running out of time in the pocket. Looking for 6. And it's picked off in the end zone. Defense creates a big turnover, and that'll end the quarter of play. So Alabama will take the lead into the quarter break here. With 3 quarters in the books with a chance to stay alive in the playoff at stake, let's take a quick look at the stats so far. And now entering the final period of play, is there an epic comeback in store? We're going to find out. Back at it to start the quarter. Offense getting set to run a 1st down play. So early movement from the offense. That'll push him back 5. And the head coach will decide to accept the penalty and take the yardage. There's the snap. They'll set up to throw. Grab down the middle. It's Hill. Gets some space around the 30. And the defense wraps him up.
I mean, Chris, look at this guy. You talk about having a great day throwing the football and leading his team to a nice, comfortable lead late in the game, and it continues. The coach is showing confidence of what he can do.
That completion makes it 2nd and short. And the quarterback keeps it here. They tackle him behind the line, a loss of 4.
That's just exactly how you coach it from a defensive standpoint. You string the quarterback out to the outside, make him indecisive. By the time he makes a decision, the rest of the defense is coming in. Nice tackle for a loss.
Gets made on the out route.
Great job by the defender coming up with that tackle. That'll keep him short of the 1st down. I think the quarterback thought his receiver could win any one-on-one battle, but this defender makes a heck of a play, and now we got 4th down.
Not the news the coach was hoping to hear. He took a chance calling a timeout to get the replay. We'll see if that proves to be crucial. The head coach keeps the punt team on the sidelines for 4th down. Early movement there will cost the offense 5 yards. Pretty easy call for the head coach. He will accept that penalty, of course. They bring the punter onto the field now. And he'll kick it away now for the 2nd time. And that sets up a return. Coverage team brings down the return. Fires it to the wideout. Physical defending. That one falls incomplete. Brings up second down.
Love the idea of the defense getting more speed on the field, whether it's nickel or dime. Get as many defensive backs on the field as you can, and then sit back when you're working with this kind of lead in the fourth quarter. You don't want to give up the big play. Force them to throw underneath, tackle them inbounds, and keep that clock moving.
Receiver brought down after a short pitch and catch. Quarterback, pre-snap adjustments now for this defense. Pressure is coming. Throws it to the right. And the pass is dropped. Would have been a big game, but he couldn't hold on.
They're trailing by this much in the fourth quarter. The defense playing smart. They know you've got to take some deeper shots to try to get back into this game with a big play. And the margin of error for this quarterback shrinks with every pass attempt.
He's running out of time here. Oh, no, trapping back there. A fourth down stop and a sack, no less.
That's really good coverage downfield, and it just looked like the quarterback was waiting and waiting and waiting a little bit too long. By the time he decides to try to make a throw, nothing's open. The result is a sack and a turnover on downs.
Using the ground game here. Tailback has the handoff. And the broken tackle there produces a solid game.
That's a great way to start this drive after taking over in really good field position, working with the lead. Chance here for a knockout punch.
Second down after that run on the previous play. Out of the shotgun, he hands it off. And the second effort there will earn him the first down.
Just what a great battle here at the line of scrimmage. Good push by the offensive line, and the back does enough to be able to pick up the first down.
And that run is good for first down yardage. A new set of downs for this offense. Toss play, running right. They've got him in the backfield. Nowhere to run. They'll lose a yard on the play.
Boy, these obvious running situations are very tough when you're working with the lead late in the game, because you know the defense is going to stack the line of scrimmage, make it as difficult as possible for you to run the football. So nice job there by the defense. They're trying to punch that ball out, do anything they can at all to get the ball back.
He tests the middle. He gets stuffed. That run goes nowhere.
Things just appear to be a bit out of sync from the get-go on that one. Give credit to the front seven of that defense for staying in the proper lanes and getting to the ball carrier, not let him dance around and make something out of nothing.
So the offense getting set. This is not where you want to be against this defense. Third and long. Offense moving receivers around now before the snap. Nowhere to run. They'll corral him for no gain.
Well, that's the drawback to this play. Even if somehow the quarterback pitches it, he's not immune to this big hit. In this case, he kept it and absorbed it anyway.
And that one's straight down the middle. And they add to their lead.
Snap, the hold, the kick, everything there perfect to put 3 points up here for the offense.
So after adding to this big lead, they'll set to kick it away. Fielded up to the 25. He's tackled at the 34 after a decent kick return there. And the Texas A&M offense heads back out onto the field. Their championship dream's not quite dead yet, but it's desperation time. They've got to get something going right now. Runs through a tackle. He's got space here. They make the stop, but it's a big play for 31.
Well, we know this guy can throw the football, and here, this is what makes him so good. His ability to run the option and get involved in the run game puts a lot of pressure on this defense.
First down here for this offense. And And the ball is handed off out of the shotgun. Nowhere to run up the middle. Important second down play coming up. There's the handoff. Try to run it up the middle, but get nothing. We come to the line. A long way to go for the first down, but needing this crucial conversion right now. Inside give now from the shotgun. Fights through a tackle. The defense swarms him in the backfield. He had nowhere to run. Loses 2 yards.
Well, if somebody talks about a play being blown up, this is a great example of that. That's Exhibit A for how to be physical on defense.
And the Aggies will look to convert here on 4th down. And he's throwing for it on 4th down. Looking downfield near the end zone. Intercepted in the end zone. That's a great performance in a pressure moment, but now the job gets even more exciting, even bigger as they go on to the national championship game and play for that trophy.
And this is a new era. I mean, think about the weeks, the amount of games that these guys have been able to play and be able to accomplish this, to get to the national championship. That says everything about the endurance of this football team, both mentally and physically. And they get one more hurdle to see if they can become the national champs.
And now the stage is set for this season's ultimate college football game. We will see you at the national championship. For Kirk Herbstreit, I'm Chris Fowler. This has been a presentation of EA Sports College Football.